A lot of people have tried to figure out what makes Bush's baked beans taste so darn good. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
All right. That's off to a great start. He's everywhere. Brother Lokar. That is phenomenal to hear. Wait, is that actually... What does that mean? #1, top fans on YouTube. And that gave you 25 XP? That's... okay. No, you know what?
A lot of people have tried to figure out what makes Bush's baked beans taste so darn good. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Ah! Alright, alright, okay. Alright. Alright. Alright, we figured it out. Alright. Alright.
A lot of people have tried to figure out what makes Bush's baked beans taste so darn good. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Hey! What's going on with this? Hey! This thing just has a mind of its own. This thing... Oh, what's up, guys? Well, I don't know what's going on. Nocty beard, no audio. Why? Oh my god, spaghetti, audio back, you're back, no audio, rip, no audio. I'm everywhere, the betrayal. I'm a woman with few needs, weasel. Meatball train win. Oh, that's right. Completely forgot to do the meatball. Completely forgot. That was absolutely on the to-do list. Absolutely. Well, kind of. Is it actually a to-do list if you have ADHD and you don't actually write down the to-do list? Is it? Probably not. Probably not. How's this audio sound nowadays? Is this maybe there's just something going on with the other. Maybe not. It could just be that scene that's having an issue. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You guys didn't deserve to hear that anyway. You've replaced every single part of your PC. Now you need a new mic. No, it's not. It's a skill issue, all right? Not even a mic issue. Definitely a skill issue. Actually, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a freaking... is... Snip. What's that showing for? Alright, we're gonna figure something out real quick. Alright, this should be good. A little bit better. Meatball. Justice for my meatball. That sounds, that sounds like something. You look Google. Added to my calendar. Connects to my phone and updates it. That's not bad. That's not bad. Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. You have no idea the emotional toll 3 vasectomies has on a man. Yeah. He's right. Imagine even just getting one of them. Much less 3. Reversals? Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap. Okay, so that means actually, technically, he would have had to go through the procedure 6 times. And the reversal is actually worse than the initial procedure. So you get the vasectomy done, right? And you're laying flat on the table, and you're awake, by the way. And then they pull your balls out, and then they put a little napkin around them, right? Kind of like, actually, you know what? Let's see if we could try to visualize this. So they have the medical napkin, cloth, whatever it is. And then they put a little hole in it, right? And then what they do is they pull your balls through like this. So it's just you with the rest of your clothes on, you're laying flat on a table, and then your sack is just out. Like, so you just imagine this is the, right, that's it. And it's just kind of out, right? It's just hanging out. And then they just go to town. You're awake. They don't even put you to sleep. I mean, if you wanted to go to sleep, yeah, you could pay extra for it and they'd take your money, but they numb it. Yeah, they take a little syringe and they put the numbing stuff on there, but then he just cuts that thing open and then just snip, snip. And then about 30 minutes goes by and he's done. And then, but that whole procedure, the reversal is worse than that, apparently. It takes longer. So imagine having to go through that, and then you go through the reversal, and then you do that 2 more times. Weasel speaks from experience. Yes, that is true. You guys just learned something today, so there's that.
You don't really ever know what the toll of 3 vasectomy had on you physically, mentally, and emotional. You don't really ever even know what it's gonna be when you walk into the place, and then he's got it poking through, and it's just kind of hanging out there, and then you see him pull the thing out, and then it's a snip, snip, and you say, "Hey, man, that's my balls. Watch out, what are you doing? I'm gonna knock you in the face." But then it starts getting all tingly, and then you don't feel nothing, and and then it's over, and you have no idea the toll that 3 rounds back to back has on your mental and emotional.
Wow. Couldn't have said it better. Thanks, bud. We wanted meatballs, not balls sent through the ringer. I mean, that's kind of technically that, right? I mean, look, you guys started talking about snip, snap, and then balls in chat. I mean, meat, not meat. Technically, it is meat. So, or at the very least, it's right below the meat. So, I mean, hey, you know what? Whatever. Get gaslit, chat. That's y'all's fault. That's y'all's fault, man. Bam. Just kidding. Kind of. Not really. Actually, you know what? We'll just say it's a wash. We'll just say it's mutual. 50-50, right? You guys cool with that? Okay, yes, meatball. Meatball emoji is Coming soon to a live stream near you. Marshmallow Fisher Barber sipping a little drink. What? Do not avoid the subject. It's always really fun to read chat comments in reverse chronological order. We want the new... Okay, new mini-season marshmallow fishing bobber. It's sipping a little drink. That sounds, No. Sounds like it would not be a good fit for this channel. We appreciate your resume though anyway, and we'll put it in the back, have it in the back, and consider it for the future if we have any more openings for that position again. Thank you for applying. Oh, you know what they should add to the PTS? They should add the thing where you can zoom out the map all the way. That should be in an update instead of having to go into your any files and do it. Why? What is this? What year are we in to where we have to? It gives you 500% more XP while equipped. Oh. Oh. That would just be the entire XP video then. There would no longer need to be a 30-minute XP video. You could just do a YouTube short and it would just cover it. Bada bing, bada boom. Ah. What? What a weird place to spawn. Hey, it's Mordit! Yay! Yo, y'all know more. Dude, PTS is popping off right now. Dog, what the heck is going... Yo! Relentless Stingwing. Dude! Truer words were never been spoken, dude. This motherfreaker dude came in hot with the yeehaw. Look at this man! Look at this dude! He caused every single mutation of proc with one hit. Oh, man. That was nuts, dude. All right, y'all gotta go. Yeah, just get out of here. Get out of here. All right, you Starship Troopers wannabe ass looking. Get out of here, dude. Oh wait, this event's done. $36 pulse grenades? Why? Oh dang, you guys get to see that new hot Holy Fire nerf. Hey, man. All right, we gotta join a team. We'll see this many people in the level 32,000. Wow. What you doing, bud? The new damage numbers do look really cool. Rip. Got all of them? Yeah, it looks like. All right, what are we even running right now? Check out the expansion on the bridge near Point Pleasant. There will most likely be a map expansion coming to the left side of the map. What? Where? How? Where's the room for? Oh. Maybe on the other side of this river. Huh. Yeah. They could undo the out of bounds that's on the edge of this river here and then throw that. That's probably why this guy's already over here. They buffed the Enclave Flamer. Again, in the PTS? It was already kind of buffed to begin with, wasn't it? There was a video of a guy using Enclave Plasma Flamer on the Guardian, and he was doing 7,600 per hit. Nuts! That's in the live game right now, too. That's not even... That's not PTS. So, the Enclave Plasma Rifle does not need a buff. Alright, let's actually... let's do, let's switch from the... Alright, let's do the Fury... Let's see what this bridge looks like. Yeah, you like that ricochet, idiot? Weirdo, horny people. Why y'all so horny about worshiping a oversized radiated moth? Why does that really get you off? Why? I'm not gonna be able to place that here. Oh, also DSC Nick, thanks for that hot follow on Twitch. Good to see you, bud. Bullet shield. It doesn't show up anymore. It only shows up for a brief period. Alright, we can probably do... Deathclaw Steak and not be... Still are. Now we're not. Alright, what's up with this bridge? Was all this here previously? Or no? Or was this actually, this was closed off, wasn't it? Is that what it was? This used to be closed off? Right? Yes, more or less, maybe. Kind of hard to remember. Yeah, this might have been closed off. They're gonna tell us that we can't go that way? Huh. Yeah, this is definitely new. For sure. So, possible map expansion. Yeah. Makes sense. That would be pretty crazy. Because there is a whole lot of stuff over here that's just empty. After that, though, there's not really much else to add. definitely seems to be the place that has the most area to add something into it. Out of everywhere else on the map, for sure. All right, let's go. Go look at some stuff. Go look at some of those changes they made. We could do a raid.
Life is an adventure. Are you up to the challenge?
Honestly, this makes things so much easier to lock these items. Here. Because, yeah, you can do transfer unused, but if you have anything that isn't locked, you just automatically know that you have to transfer it over. So it makes it super easy to get in and out of this thing, honestly. That's definitely a welcome improvement. For sure. Alright. Let's, where the heck did all this stuff come from? Yeah, see, now we can just lock these. Boom. XP grinding on live servers. 5 levels ago until 2000. Wow. Not this stream. No. Definitely down to help you with that, though. It's a pretty big, accomplishment. But yes, locking feature. Super rad. So we can lock this, and this, this, and this, and this, and this. And now we already know if it is not locked, it's getting scrapped. And even if we accidentally clicked on this, it wouldn't do anything. Okay. So, that's really cool. This is the other thing that's super, super sick. Locking 100 vault steel scrap so it never drops out of your inventory when you die. Junk shield would always be maxed out. And you can't put it in the stash box. So, actually, that's a good point. Originally, I was saving these to try to eventually have 100 of them, because this, without a locking feature like what we have now on the vault steel scrap, keeping these in your inventory would have been the best alternative to that. But these are hard to get. You can't use them. You got to get 100 of them. But now, there's no reason to have them. Nope. There's no reason to have them. Because you definitely want to keep the vault steel scrap, because it's not going to drop when you die. In PvE or in PvP. And it's relatively light. I mean, yeah, things like cork are 0.03, and this is 0.05. So the stack weight's... right, let's just look. Yeah, the stack weight here is 3 versus 5. So yeah, it's 2 pounds more, but you never have to worry about it, ever. It just always stays in there. So that's really cool. Possible aid stash box. Oh yeah, that's right. That's already, that's already in here. Where's it at? Ooh, they doing raids and stuff. Okay, yeah, we definitely want to do some raids.
So, Rocco, we're definitely gonna go in there and do some raids, because you know I always like it when you do the raids. You know I like when you walk in there and you start doing the raid, and then you start busting through the doors and the enemies, and you're just taking them down. It's so hot when you're doing that. I'd just please do it some more for me.
In here. Oh. Bunch of meds. Thank you very much for the free meds that we are going to now put into our aid storage box. And we have everything locked that we want to keep. Lunch boxes. Psycho buff. Scout's banner. Super stim packs. And then we are going to transfer non-healed. Boom. Ah. 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 This is obviously this is a great addition, and this needed to happen a long time ago. And actually, guys, think about it. Think about if we had this age stash box when the raids first dropped. How many Kims would we have? It would be insane. It'd be a crazy amount. But this is super cool. The thing that sucks is you can't put magazines or bobbleheads in here, or stealth boys. But, or serums. Yeah, she's right. But, this is still huge. I mean, this is still going to take away a lot of carry weight, not only out of your stash, and effectively give you more carry capacity and inventory space in your stash, but it's also going to make it to where you don't have to carry as much stuff on you, also. And it also makes it to where you don't have to just trash chems, right? Because there's certain chems that are important to make in certain mod boxes, like blood packs, for instance, make vampires, etc. So you, even though if you don't use a blood pack for anything besides that, you want to hold on to those. So that's pretty sick. Yeah. Honestly, stealth boys. That's probably one of the most, that's one of the heavier things that you have, that you can potentially have in your inventory aid-wise, besides super stim packs. But super stim packs can have their weight reduced with things like traveling pharmacy, but stealth boys can't. So they're just always 1 pound each, no matter what. Caps do we have on the PTS? All right. So. All right. Let's get rid of these. We don't need them. And let's get rid of blood bud pepper steak. Need cranberry meatball grinder. Need that. Get rid of all this stuff. This is super helpful. Really makes it a lot easier to go through all this stuff and know what's trash and know what isn't. It's not locked, it gets dropped on the ground. About as simple as that. See? That makes things a heck of a lot easier. For sure. Absolutely. That's also cool too, that when you pull it, if it's locked in your inventory, but you pull another one out, it just puts it into its place and it doesn't keep you from not doing that, which is super helpful. So for instance, Radstag Stew, pull one of them out. Now we have two, but it's still locked. That's good. That's cool. That's a big help. Sweet mutt fruit tea. get rid of that. We'll get rid of that. Rid of that. Oh man, that the locking feature is just so. Oh, too good. Locking feature is too good. All right. All right, now what are we looking like? Carry weight's still bad. That's because we don't have meat patient. All right, so we'll redo those. Our bobblehead looking like, boom. All right. To give us back a lot of... Actually, we don't have any Susan tea.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Gotta get some Susan tea. It'll work. Yeah, okay. We can use the mules on the PTS. What do you guys think? You excited for some of these changes? Not excited for some of these changes? Obviously, if they're eventually going to add another section of the map, that's awesome. The camp building complete rework is amazing. So they're doing good stuff, but they just need to stop changing the perk cards around, honestly. Just knock it off. Leave them alone. That's right. We can put all this aid stuff on a mule. Or no, not a mule. We can take it off of the mule. Yo, trying to pick all that up is gonna be... It's gonna take a bunch of stuff out. We're on the PTS. Doesn't really matter that much. If any of this stuff goes bye-bye. On our ground mole rat. Fire alert cake, bloodleaf aioli. We want to run darks? Sure. Add stag stew. Best energy resist buff. Best luck buff. Now we need charisma. Crit damage. Yo, picking up all that stuff is going to be crazy. Excited for the camp stuff, new map locations, but please stop changing the cards. Yes, exactly. Heavy gunner cards should just stay where they're at. You should still have 3 heavy gunner cards that go plus 10% to plus 20% damage. Or you could change it. Even if you changed it to where it was rank 1 was plus 5, rank 2 was plus 10, rank 3 was plus 15. Whatever. But because Fallout 4 had a heavy gunner perk cards that just increased heavy gunner damage. So there should still be something like that where it's just a base damage increase. Not minor tweaks. Yep. So I figured out all the recent perk card changes, dude. It's tough to figure out. If you have any questions about it, we can go over it here. Show you whatever you're having questions about. But yeah, it's a lot. We're definitely gonna do the bullet storm mechanic, because that one's pretty interesting. Again, it would be better to just have heavy gunner cards boosting base damage instead of worrying about this bullet storm mechanic, but I mean, whatever. Oh yeah, definitely over encumbered from that. Actually, that weight's not even that bad. Yeah. Alright, let's just triple check we got everything out of there. Alright, we did. And let's also make sure we have good with salt on. Alright, we're gonna keep good with salt on for now. And then... Alright, now we're gonna go back. Oh, he in a custom. What you doing in that custom, boy? Mr. Nocty? What are you testing out? Alright. Now, all of our chems that were stored on a mule will now go into the aid storage box. You know, an enclave weapon deciding perks. Nice. Alright, that guy's in a raid again, so we'll probably... Alright, let's try that again. Do a reset. Alright, cool. Maybe not. Alright, we're gonna do all. Boom.
Good old Pat to keep this place running.
Don't need 500. Don't need that much psycho buff.
What are we gonna do?
Don't need that many impacts. Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy to see this. This is cool though. I mean, the thing with this too, this is kind of tricky because it's another benefit to have Fallout first, and then people that don't have Fallout first are still suffering by having to deal with this. So it's kind of one of those things where, alright, it's obviously great to have this, but not everybody has Fallout first. So obviously they're giving you more incentive to pay for the thing and give them money, but what about the people that don't have Fallout first and don't want to pay for it, right? So it's good to have this, absolutely. It's better than not having this, with or without Fallout first, but... Fallout first month, the raid all month. Yeah, for sure. Last year, yeah, I mean, even, especially last year, starting up doing streaming again on this channel. Well, streaming Fallout 76 again and not having Fallout first. I had to do that once because of it was like trading a god roll, because at the time they were still a thing for a bunch of flux, and it absolutely made sense to have Fallout first for a month to be able to store all that flux in the box, even if the intention was to cancel it a month later. All right, let's see what he's doing. Oh, he's still doing stuff. All right. So, right now, this is a... What is this? A raid crit build. So this is pretty much all damage. Not much of anything else. Yeah, there is sizzling style. But if we're going to do raids... Actually, we're going to leave that blank for now. Because maybe we'll need it. No, we need more. We need more cards. Okay. Need more cards. Yeah, that's what's getting pretty crazy about the builds lately is, especially if you're a ghoul, it's just pretty much always a good idea to have as many options for cards as possible. Just because of how many things there are now that are usable. We'll just do another special card. And then we'll add... So we've got full onslaught. That's what that is. Crits are maxed out. Better criticals. One gun army for more limb damage. Ricochet. 4-leaf clover. Crit savvy. Quick hands 1. We could do... We could do quick hands 3. And we can go over Y. And then go assault 1. So this is pretty much supposed to be just all damage. So we definitely want Gunslinger, because Gunslinger's multiplicative. That was pretty good. Meatball. Rip. Rip. You got plenty of other emotes for now, though. All right. Plenty to choose from. All right, so what we could do is Gorilla rank 3, because we would definitely benefit from that. Completely forgot about Downranger. Maybe we could figure out a way to work this in. That's more damage. But we're gonna have to take stuff out of endurance. Gasp. Alright, so let's do that. Now, we can run Gorilla maxed out. Which Gorilla, the range on Gorilla is 3 1/4 foundations. So 3.25 foundations is what this range means. Compare that to Downranger. This range is 4 foundations or further out. So if it's between 0 and 4 foundations, this will not work. So between 0 and 3.25 foundations, Gorilla will work, so you get that plus 20 damage for close enemies. Between 3.25 and 4 foundations, you get no bonuses. But then after 4 foundations, you get this bonus. So there's this kind of weird 3/4 of a foundation where neither of these 2 perk cards would work. So if you wanted to run both of these at the same time, you would pretty much just have 20% extra damage for ranged weapons across the board. Yes, in that 70.75, between 3.25 and 4, you wouldn't have any damage, but, I mean, whatever. Alright, we need to try to make room for Downranger. We're going to take off Fast Fighter. We're going to lose some reload speed, but we're going to gain some reload speed with the Bullet Storm stacks. Sad Violent. Actually, where's that? There you go. So, Center Masochist, we definitely want. We want Number Cruncher, because that's more damage, and Tormentor. Okay, let's get rid of Hardy Boy, and then we're gonna add. That's playing on repeat in the Discord. Are you that sad about it? All right, so we got 6 Downranger, Number Cruncher. All right. Take one more out of endurance. It's painful to say. Okay, we want Tormentor. Or do we? Okay, maybe not. So, Bear Arms, each stack of Ammo Spender. So is it called Ammo Spender stacks, or is it called Bullet Storm? I mean, what's the... Alright, bringing the big guns. Okay, so this is the main thing that it's coming from. Ammo Spender for every 50 ammo spent. Each stack, you do 9% extra damage. Now, this is cool because this doesn't just apply to heavy guns. This applies to everything. But when you reload, you lose them, and when you change weapons, you lose them. Now, we're going to put that on, but then what we're going to do in combination with that is lock and load. So when we reload, we only use half of the stacks. In each stack, we get an increase of reload speed. There's a lot of... Not sure if they pulled these references from Borderlands specifically, But there are a lot of things like this in Borderlands where you have a lot of these stacks that you gain, stacks of mindfulness or stacks of rush stacks, for instance. And when you gain a rush stack or a mindful stack, it depends on what perks you have in your loadout. And then if you have X number of rush stacks, it might do these different things, and then it'll do these different things. So it's kind of the same thing. It feels a lot pretty similar to what it is in Borderlands, which they're probably just stealing all this from WoW, like everyone else does, but who knows? Maybe somebody who played WoW can comment on that. So now, every time we spend 50 ammo, we get an ammo spender stack. So if we have one ammo spender stack, that'll now give us 9% extra damage, 1% reload. 1% reload is pretty bad, honestly. Meep Kid with that $2 super chat on YouTube. Thanks a lot, bud. Bulletstorm Thirst Zapper, you're welcome. Interesting. So the does it count the Thirst Zapper as going through a lot of ammo? Is that why that works so well? Appreciate you, bud. Alright, weapons spin up faster. This didn't really seem to be doing much. The concept is cool, but... Alright. So for now, we're going to put Scatter Shot back on, because we want some limb damage. Iron Fist. Actually, what is our DR right now? 600. Okay, it's not even that high. 156. 66% unarmed damage. Okay, so at 657 DR, we're getting 66% unarmed damage. So it looks like this is scaling with pretty much what your DR is. So if your DR was 1200, would this give you 120% unarmed damage? 0 ammo needed. Oh, that sounds like a bug. That sounds like a bug. That sounds like that is not supposed to be like that. Maybe it is. Who knows? You can never tell with this game. Is it intentional? Is it not? Alright, this is the other thing that we want. Bringing the big guns. This is going to double our stack limit. What is the limit, actually? You can only have so many stacks? Alright. And then now we're also going to put on easy target again since we have some crippling perk cards. So, number cruncher, damage based on AP, downranger, damage to far enemies, concentrated fire 3 to really hone in on VATS a lot better. 75 torso, definitely want that for the Guardian. Definitely want tenderizer. Gunslinger, Gorilla. All crit stuff. A base Thirst Zapper. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Oh! They added these things. Wait. Ah. The fact that this staggers targets is the funniest thing. Can't even make that. Oh well. Alright, let's see. Water version uses no aim. For some reason, the water version has damage. The inner workings of this game are an enigma. Is that what he says? The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. That's what it is. Alright, so we do the holy fire. And we just hold fire button. Alright, we use 200 rounds. We have 2 stacks. Actually, we should have 4 stacks. Yeah. Alright, let's try it again. Let's do this with the gap plats. Let's go a lot easier. Yep, so we're up to 4. Now we're up to 5. Now we're up to 6. And then we're going to have to reload. Okay, they need to fix this. Okay, you guys didn't see it. Quick Hands procced, but it still doesn't auto-reload the gap plies, which is so weird. Why would you do that? Alright, let's do it again. So now we're up to 4. What are the max stack limits for ammo spender? Probably 10. Oh no, that's still going. Wow. So right now, where's it? So right now, we've got, where's it at? It's not ammo spender. And it's not, I can jump on and give you thirst sepper. Yeah, that'd be cool. About to jump in some raids for a little bit. First have infinite ammo or reload. Outfits. I mean, so Nuka, the outfit thing, they are there, but not sure if it's bugged for the other items, but even though all of the power armor paint show, for instance, for the power armor, you can't equip them. It just bugs out and it doesn't let you put it on. Game just froze. Yep, game just froze. Oh, it was Nocti. Oh, okay. Oh, both of your screen names are both kind of purple. That's why it looked like that. Yeah, both your names are purple. Yeah, it's really weird. It won't, even though all of the power armor paints show for power armor, it won't actually let you equip them. It just bugs out. It doesn't even take the scrap away. You just hit there and you click enter and it doesn't do anything. It's really weird. Yeah, the game just crashed. What else is new?
Just another day in the life of a Fallout 76 player.
Get this loaded back up. So what we were trying to look at was the stack. So we had 13 before we were about to do that next reload. We had 13 ammo spender stacks. Hey. Hey. Whoa, whoa. Yo. Yeah. 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 Something wrong with this interface. Hey. Yeah. Okay. There actually might be something wrong with that cable. That might be what it is. That's what it looks like. It looks like that cable is getting messed up. Because that might actually be too loud now. Yeah. Let's see. What's that sound like? Because that might actually be too loud. Yeah, that might be. All right, so let's see. We're going to bring this back down just a little bit. Uh-huh. Yep. All right, we can try that. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? The audio interface bugged out when Fallout crashed. All right, we can try that. What do you think? What do you think? The audio interface bugged out when Fallout crashed. That sounds like it's where it needs to be, but we are going to turn this down just a hair because that is a little bit too loud. We don't need it to be that loud. All right, so we're going to get rid of that. We don't need the gain there anymore. Yeah, so that might have been what it was. It looks like the audio interface freaked out when Fallout crashed. It actually, what was weird was when Fallout crashed, it looked like the entire computer stopped working because the stream was just, the webcam was froze on that screen. But I don't know. I don't know. Skies are blue, clouds are white. All right, welcome back. That was something. That was some kind of a. Yeah, that was really bad. Okay, need to figure out what that was because that wasn't a hard crash. The game didn't just completely shut off, but it froze, and it almost froze OBS. And then it caused this audio interface to freak out. Wonder, what's in your Wonder Ball? Alright, Meep. Yeah, if you want, we can drop a, thirst zapper and then see what's up with that guy. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't do that again. The audio levels look normal on here. Usually on the interface, the audio level's at 44 out of 60. So it might not actually be a cable problem. Which actually, we can check that real quick. That definitely feels loose. It definitely feels loose, for sure. Advantage. The reload speed is correct. So the reload speed right here is correct. Actually, no, that's not correct. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. The reload speed is correct. So we have 2 stacks, so we have 2% reload speed. This is not correct. So this is only giving us 6% for whatever reason. Even though, let's jump in an expedition. That would be pretty cool. So it might be this cable. It might be this cable. Hold on a sec. Maybe. Yeah, it might be the cable. Okay, let's try that and see if that's any better. And then we'll just have to either repair this cable or trash it after the stream. Maybe that'll help a little bit. No, actually, that needs to come down. It needs to come down, 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 down. It's coming down. Down, down, down. He's coming digging it down. Huh. Oh, it crackled? Okay. Yep. Cable problem. All right. Oh. Hold on. Hold on.
Head down to the second act.
Hold on.
Shadows of the waves. Your
Gotta mute for a sec.
are revealed. If you want to go any further, you'll have to prove that your strength still stands the test. Prepare yourself for a fight.
Yeah. Do audio for a living, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Wait, did they change the... What was the icon that just showed on the status bar? That was weird. Thank you guys for sticking around through the troubleshooting audio issues.
To those who have made it this far, you are my favorite. You are the lifeblood of this dying world. You are everything. Show me your talent. I'd like for our brave contestants to enter the stock shed and prove their dominance.
All right.
Lay claim to your territory.
So now we're just going to hold this down.
Seek to dethrone you. Remain until the end, and you shall perform for me.
All right, we got 7 stacks.
the grand finale.
Just going to hold this down and just kind of run around. See how high we can get it. I mean, each time it's going to cut it in half, but we're still going to be able to get it up to something. Yeah, was that Furious? Okay, they must have changed the Furious icon. That's what that looks like. So now we're at 13. It has to be, the max either it has to be 13 or 14, right? Well, actually, it's going up to 15. Maybe the max is 20. Maybe that's what it is. Just forever holding this button down. Actually, not running Furious, but running Quad instead. Would that even make it to where you would eventually have comparable damage to running Furious? Alright, the stacks have to be 20. Right? They have to be 20-something. Oh, yeah, this would explain all of our, Alright, so we'll go up to 12.
So take the stage and show us what a victor looks like.
Alright, so it's 18, 19. Alright, then we got up to 19. Maybe 20 is the max. Look at this dude. Just taking all this damage.
Take it. Just take it. Just take it. All right, we at 18. We're at 19. We're at 20. All right, so we're at 20. 20 has to be the cap, right? 20 has to be the max. Oh, 20 is the mass? Nice. All right, let's see. Let's try something. When he is the max stack. Actually, do we want to go into... We're gonna do a custom. To be able to rebuilding. Weapons test. We'll try some stuff out. We shall see what it do. Rapid at any best. Okay, yeah, we can also do that while we're in here. We can add some rolls and stuff to the thirst zapper just to see. Wonder if there's going to be some kind of a trick or an exploit or a glitch or something where people are going to be able to use the thirst zapper and then keep the stacks somehow while switching. That would be pretty funny. Bada bing. Bada boom. At least they don't disappear. Right? At least there's that. So you always have them. It's not like they're just going to go away over a certain period of time like Adrenaline or Furious is. Alright, then we can do Rapid. Then we can do Quad? What would that even do on this thing?
bugs it out. I'll just do mutants. Who knows? Oh, that's right. We have new 4 stars. Hunger and thirst fill with each kill. That's kind of weird. 50 plus range damage when aiming down sights. Single shot weapons have 5% chance to deal additional 500 damage for every 5 luck. Actually, no, we want those. We want those cores. It's not working, though. It might be because this is a custom world and it has the ammo set to something ridiculous. That might be what's happening right now. Alright, so what we could do is... Let's see. Let's take off... Let's just take this off for now. Actually... We could try this with Wild West Hands as a ghoul. Since Wild West Hands is a lot better than Quick Hands, but... Okay, the gun isn't even shooting yet. It says it has 200 rounds in the mag. What's going on right now? Yeah. As long as you would be aiming... What is it? You would have to be aiming down sights with the weapon for it to work. Single shot weapons have a 50% chance to deal an additional... Oh no, that's not it. Range and damage when aiming down sights. So you get 50% more range, 50% more damage while aiming down sights. Which, the build video that guy posted where he was doing over 7,000 damage per hit on the Guardian with the Enclave Plasma Flamer, he was doing that. Part of the reason why he was doing that is because he was aiming down sights. So... Yeah, that would give you 50% extra range, which on the Enclave Flamer barrel, having that extra 50% range is huge, right? But for this, you would have to aim down sights, right, in order to get that bonus. Let's actually see if we can tell where this is hitting. Okay, so from here, it's not catching that tree on fire. But if we move up... Okay, it's not catching the tree on fire right there either. Okay, so that is about where it starts. Right? So, the Holy Fire is probably a bad example for this, but... Because nobody's really aiming down sights with the Holy Fire that much, probably. Well, we can try it anyway. Seeing the range increase on this is going to be interesting. Okay. That looks not much different. That's definitely not 50%. Well, actually, it might actually say it on the weapon card. Let's see. Range is 90. So if we go back to Pyromaniacs, which still makes the most sense, range is 90. Well, oh, that's right, because it's only aimed down sights. Okay. The heck is going on? Alright, this is bugging out. We're gonna try something different. No, we don't want to go in that. Private! Into a private. Into the private, please. Distinguished guests. We might need to do some muling too, so being in a private would help, but doesn't look like that is doing anything to the Holy Fire range-wise, because that might be interesting if you could get 50% extra range on something like the Holy Fire, because that's pretty big. Considering the range is not great on the Holy Fire, but it's just a flamethrower. But maybe it's not working. But then again, we only tested it on a tree. So maybe that wasn't the best. Maybe that wasn't the best way to test that. Okay, now it won't equip weapons. Okay, now it's working. Oh. Seven, 6, 5, 4. Okay, so the Holy Fire actually eats through ammo faster, it looks like, than the Gap Plas does. Oh wait, that's not going to matter though, because we can't change weapons. Okay, if Quick Hands is broken with the Gap Plas and it doesn't automatically reload if there's a core involved, even if it still procs, no, it probably won't work though. We'll try. We'll see if it'll, even if this procs, but we still have to do the reload animation, if that will still keep the stacks or not. It's probably a big no, but alright, let's use this up. Okay, so yeah, so Quick Hands just procced. Yeah. So even if Quick Hands procs... Oh! and it shows the animation. Still doesn't count. They need to fix that. Quick hands should work with the Gap Plas. It should work with the minigun. Actually, no, it does work with the Gauss minigun. That's right. So, what we can do is, we can actually try that. The Gauss minigun isn't going to do as much damage as the oh, we need okay. We need pinpointers and Furious. Okay. All right. Let's see what options we have for that on the mule, the mod mule. And then we can, I guess we could use this opportunity to also compare what the latest updates are with the Gauss minigun versus the Gap Plas. See if there's any kind of damage differences. Maybe something changed pretty big with this update. It would be great if the Gauss minigun was #1 again, honestly. Because, one, it should be the best, because it's hard to get, and the ammo is super expensive. Especially considering the whole ultrasight ammo not dropping thing makes it even worse. So because of how expensive that weapon is to use, it should probably be the best. But alright, we don't have a Furious. We could just do Swift for now instead of Endurance. And then we don't have pinpointers. Okay. That's fine. We'll just use Swift, and then we'll make a Furious. But yeah, Gauss minigun should be #1. Even considering the fact that the Gap Plas has the armor penetration mag now. Because that's really the main thing that really sets that thing apart, DPS-wise. Is having that 20% extra AA on top of whatever the rest of the rolls are. That's huge. It's almost half of a anti-armor 1-star combined with whatever your normal 1-star is. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's not that bad. Mm-hmm. All right, now we can fast travel here. Game's doing some freezing right now. What's a weird delays and freezing happening? But what else is new? You guys know what this game is about. You guys know that this game always lags. Freeze Fest 76. All right, we're gonna make a Furious. Sucks we don't have a pinpointers, but whatever. It's not really that big of a deal. We could change both of them, the Gap Plaza and the Gauss Mini, to the same random 4 stars. Could do that. Paddle ball is the best weapon. Let's be honest here. Pretty much. Meta. New meta. Rolling through.
Coming in hot.
The game freeze, or is it just taking forever to load this? Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Good to know. All right. We could put conductors on both of these. Just to make the testing a little bit more comparable. We'll just do that. Legendary script? Seriously? What in the heck? What a weird thing to run out of. Actually, why are we just not doing this on a custom? Oh, that's right. The custom was acting weird. Whatever. New Cabal mods upgraded with the paddles. Wow. Yeah, it might be a meta. Who knows? Thoughts on new Bloody Mess? Sucks to see it happen. Bloody Mess has always been Bloody Mess in every Fallout game. It's always done the same thing. You get more damage. Enemies have a chance to just explode into bits. They still have a chance to explode into bits. It's just now you're losing the base damage thing. Why? And then you limited it to only bleeding enemies. And the damage is based on luck? This is bad. This is really dumb. Undo this. Control Z this, please. Control Z that thing. Oh, we need a Furious. All right, so those are almost identical roll-wise. We'll make sure that we've got the best barrel on it. The best paint job on it. No. Sigma SWAT isn't that bad. Clandestine is definitely the coolest. That is an increase to the magazine size and the fire rate, but that is a huge decrease in damage. I mean, that's bad. Adding +9 to the fire rate is not enough to make up for that damage loss. Created a new guy just because. Oh, nice. And, we talking about 76, right? Assuming. New character. The building sucks. In Fallout right now? 76? Yeah. It's different. It's unique, that's for sure. It is something. Gauss Mini's the best weapon against EN06. That's interesting. That's good to hear. Gauss Mini deserves to make a comeback. We're about to find out. We're going to see. This bullet storm mechanic. Because the one benefit that the Gauss minigun is going to have over the Gat Plasma is quick hands will actually work on the Gauss minigun. It won't work on Gat Plas. So because the Gauss Mini gets that benefit, it has the potential to increase the total stacks quicker than the Gat Plas. Meaning you can ramp up, you can get to a point to where you do more damage with the ammo spender stacks faster with the Gauss Mini if you run that in conjunction with quick hands or Wild West hands. So we're gonna see. Might need to redo mutations in food, but yeah, we're gonna. It's gonna be interesting to see how this is gonna pan out. Wait. What is this? What is this bar right here? That pops up when you... when you pull up the Gauss Mini. What the heck is that status bar? So this is the Gat Plas. Gauss Mini. That kind of looks like the same... Is that the same status bar as the V63 carbine rifle? Because of explosive star on it. You are welcome. The explosive second star is cool, but it's you almost always get more overall DPS with rapid. Explosive second star has its place, which tagging stuff and this and that, but and yeah, if you're running demo expert too, perhaps yeah, run a like kind of explosive based build using the Gauss minigun, but rapid is still just king second star. It's just all the DPS. All right, so we want overheat. What? Yeah, Fallout should fix custom world. Oh yeah, without unlimited ammo. Gotcha. Yeah, we could try that. Grenadier as well as demo. Yeah. I have a video testing. Granted, the video's kind of dated, but testing a bunch of that and did a bunch of testing that I ended up not using in the video as far as best DPS with various heavy guns, with rapid and with explosive, and rapid always won DPS wise. Now, obviously, explosive with the Gauss minigun will do more damage per shot, but as far as damage per second, rapid is always best. If you want more damage per hit, do explosive. But I don't know. That topic on whether or not you should use explosive or rapid as a second star, that might need it some video again. Just to kind of dive into the testing and see what's going on with that. All right, what do we need? Lock and load? Or Yep. Okay. We don't have anything to put into perception, really. We're not going to run science because we don't want to boost the energy damage of the Gap Plas since the Gauss Mini doesn't have energy damage. So that might be an unfair advantage there. So what we'll do is, I'm just going to leave this for now. The Muni. Oh, yeah. Mr. Hardcore, you're right. The Guardian is immune to explosive damage. You're exactly right. Yep. Unless they changed it with this update. But yeah, up until now, yeah, it was immune to explosive damage. That's right! That's right. Completely forgot about that. Let's get our noisemaker. Nope.
Thanks for nothing.
What magazine do we want? Damage versus robots. Sure. Sure. That's so weird that the Gauss has a heat up component now. That's really just something. Actually, you know what? 5,000, that doesn't even seem like enough for this gun. Let's do more. Gauss minigun, you have been missed. You have been missed.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress.
Gauss rifle managed to take out the shield with one shot. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, they might have changed it to where he can get impacted by explosives. Oh, it is. The Gauss. The Gauss is ballistic. Yes, not energy. At least that's what it says on the weapon card. So, you can look here. Not sure if you guys can see that. But this reticle, this crosshair, is ballistic damage. This is energy. The Gauss only does ballistic. See, there's no energy damage. Now it says energy here, but the thing is, right now this is doing 100 energy damage. If we put on science, that will go up. Right? See, it goes up to 122 now. But Gauss minigun damage doesn't go up, obviously, because this is ballistic. Now, maybe this should not say energy. Maybe it should just, they should take this off and just leave it at ballistic. Or maybe, because this is energy, even though it doesn't show it on the weapon card, science is still boosting the damage, even though it doesn't... who knows? We can test that. We can try it. That's fast. That's really fast. That's for sure. Explosive damage from the Gauss. Yeah, it might not be... We'll actually be able to see if that's a thing or not. Now that they've updated the damage numbers. Fallout is lagging out everything right now. It's really weird. It's really weird. Yeah, we'll be able to see now, since they've updated the damage numbers and how they react on screen. Because when you hit something with the Gauss, it does that first damage, and then a half a second later, you see the explosive damage. So if you shoot something, you see 2 damage numbers, and it's kind of like 1, 2, right? So we'll be able to see if that is doing anything.
This is an automated message. Evacuation
Against the Guardian.
Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
Okay, yeah, we don't have... We do have 3 troubleshooters and 2 overeaters on this, so that should be fine, but let's just make sure we got everything. Serums are good. Scout spanners, lunch boxes. Susan T. We'll redo that. Alright, all that looks good.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense system.
Oh yeah, it's not gonna let, is it not gonna let us, yeah, that's right, it's not gonna let us, hit the rear of the shield. Good thing we still got Ricochet. Alright, so now we're doing 1537, 1540. Ouch. Wow. That is...
Warning, energy usage critical.
double. Oh my god.
Security bunker online. Take shelter.
Yo. Alright, yeah, we're not gonna make this. Alright. Gap Plaz is crapping all over Gauss minigun right there. Even going back and forth and getting rid of the ammo stacks. Wow. Yeah, the Gauss is still super fun to use, for sure. What the heck is going on? How did they manage to find more bugs for this game? Dude, what the heck is happening right now? Are we gonna have to go into a daily ops and then back out? What's going on with this game, dude? Huh? Okay, now we can move.
Initiate Dodge here. I found radio interceptors in your area. Someone's listening in on our communications. I'm not sure who it is, but I don't like it. This location is a hotbed of enemy activity. Our spy friend thinks that'll stop us from reaching the interceptors. Let's prove them wrong. But don't forget, stealth is key.
What is this overheat thing?
Taking on the entire group at once is likely to get
It doesn't keep the gun from shooting. Does that mean it increases damage? This is actually a decent way to test this. So, first, we're doing 12, and then 13, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, so it increases damage as you fill up that meter, just like the V63 carbine. Okay. That's interesting. Y'all need to get out of here. Huh. Okay, so they did add something to the Gauss Mini to give it a little bit more damage, but it doesn't really seem to matter. Overheating is a multiplier. Hmm. Hmm. All right, we can try this again. Oh, yeah, looks great. Looks great. It's a good thing they added more bugs. Something we needed more of. We were kind of lacking in the bug department. Alright, let's try this again. Pretty sure the Gap Plaz is going to just crap all over the Gauss Mini again, but...
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Alright, we'll let him do his thing. All right, so that's doing 9, 83, 84. And then we just switch. 14, 15, 15. And then we switch. 700, 800, and then we switch. Yeah, Gat Plaz is just way better than the Gauss Mini. Yeah, there's no contest. That's double the damage. Yeah, that's double the damage. I mean, it looks like between those two, the Gat Plaz is still best. It's both energy and ballistic. Oh yeah, we can try that. That's right. We need to put on science with the Gauss Mini, and then... Dude, what is going on? Okay. Can't move. Can't move. Isn't it 2 times? Yeah, it does show 2 times. But the thing is, the damage numbers, the way that they kind of pop up and fall off now, it makes it a little bit easier to tell what's actually happening. So if it's ×2 and it's per hit, then it would be doing more damage, but that's not what the damage numbers are showing. It's only showing... So it would really, if the ×2... Oh, that's what's tricky. If the ×2 was actually twice, then technically we should be seeing double the damage numbers on the enemy. And if that's the case, then the Gauss would be better. We might, for something like that, we might just have to pay attention to how fast the health bar goes down instead of actually looking at the numbers. If we can even go anywhere. Yeah, can't even move. What in the heck, dude? This game. All right. Let's do this. Carry weight. All damage, map locations, best builds, fish. Free. Power armor drain. Drop additional loot on death. Carry weight. Default. Okay. Free building on combat. Infinite ammo off. All right. Let's try that. Huh. Bethesda's right. I think I need to rework around the Gat Plaz. I don't think I've ever done that. Well, we're about to find out if that's even going to be worth it or not. Now, again, this is very early in the PTS, so, I mean, anything could still change, but compared to the Pepper Shaker, we You get 456 damage with the Gauss Mini and the rifle 231. Plasmod. Gap Plas versus Pepper Shaker with Plasma Mod. People using the Pepper Shaker against the Guardian now. It's crazy that that gun's making a comeback too. Seems like. But yeah, we could do that. We could have a Gap Plas versus Gauss Mini versus Pepper Shaker. If this game would actually... Is anybody having issues like this? Played the PTS? Searching for world? Why? You're not supposed to be searching for one, you're supposed to be building it. What is going on?
What is happening right now? Hurry up, dude. Wake up.
But yeah, Nuka, if you want to rework your build around the Gap Plas, yeah, we could definitely do that. That'd be fun. If you wanted help with that. That'd be sick. We could do it after this stream. Building world, finally! Hydrate. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Fun for stage 2 defense. Oh, yeah. Wait, which one? Gap Plas, Gauss Mini, or Pepper Shaker? The thing that sucks about trying to compare the Gap Plas versus the Gauss Mini right now, and the Gauss Mini doing that ×2 damage, is because they both spin up, it's hard to tell. It's hard to just hit it with one shot, right? You know what needs a buff is the 50 cal. That needs a buff. Honestly. That needs a buff. Where's our 50 cal buff? Alright, so... that said 204. Alright, we're at 195. Alright, let's see if we can get something to... That's a lot of damage numbers. Honestly, considering the few amount of rounds that we fired, so it might actually... It does say ×2. So it might actually be showing double the damage numbers. That might... And if that's the case, then... it's probably doing more than the Gap Plas. This is really confusing. But that's why we're here. In the PTS. On a custom world. Test some stuff out. It's part of the fun of this, though. Theory crafting and testing different builds and seeing how to min-max, right? You know, these loading screens are, wow. Wowzers, dude. Alright, so... what we can do now We're gonna get Pep Shake. Where he at? Oh, it's already in there. Alright. So we are going to need the same rolls on all three. Let's do... Let's just do VATS optimized on all three. And then let's do pinpointers. So we'll kind of... Alright, Furious Rapid. That's optimized. Pinpointers. Okay. And we've got Furious Rapid, VATS optimized, pinpointers. Okay. Dual barrel, single barrel gives us a little bit more damage. What is that -2 though? Is this a bug? Because it says 24 times 8 -2. So they both say 24 times 8. Okay. Weird. Laser, magazine, plasma. Alright, those all do the same. No AP cost change with this. That's weird. Wow, those are hideous. Alright. Alright, so we've got these guys. Alright, we got Gatplaz, Gauss Mini, Pep Shake. Fusion cells. No, we need more than that. Alright, so all three of these are the same. How it takes... Most versus to take down the Guardian. Both guns have 500 ammo. We can just empty the mag, check the health, die, and do the same with the other gun. Check the health. What do you mean? What do you mean exactly? The good thing here about the pepper shaker is that it reloads more. Well, that's not really a good thing, but that means that quick hands can proc more now with the pepper shaker compared to the other two. So it does have that benefit. Alright, we need to get our other things going here. And we've got what? Scatter shot? Yeah. Alright. Serums are good. Do we have our magazine? Well, it doesn't really matter.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Charisma, yeah. The thing that is interesting about the Gauss Mini is that the explosive damage is actually doing something here, which is interesting to note. We're actually getting damage numbers from the explosive part of this, which we don't get from something like... Alright, so now that's doing 1,000.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperature reaching unsafe levels. Security bunker online. Take shelter.
That health bar kind of looked like it was going down faster with the Gauss Mini. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to do it by the timer. Okay. To see, time it with the Gauss Mini and then time it with the Gap Plas. It definitely looks like the health bar goes down faster though with the Gauss Mini compared to the Gap Plas. Yo, what is going on with this game? Dang, dude!
This isn't a game. You just walk in there and then all of a sudden everything's black. And then you just see red. And then you get out of there. But then you just sit in the screen. And then nothing's going on. I mean, what are you supposed to do here? You're just supposed to sit and you wait. And you wait.
Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Here we are. What do you guys think? Dude, what a sick game. What a sick game, dude. Look at that. Look at that sick game. It's a player test server. Yes, it is. Look how much testing we're doing. Good burp. Thanks, bud. 7.5 out of 10. Okay. Thanks for the 50 bits, Naki. Thanks for the C average rating on the burp, Nuka. So are we gonna just restart? Or what's up, Fallout? What are you doing? Oh. Oh, okay. You still doing this thing? Oh, okay, that's sick. Cool. That's sick. Cool. Yeah. We'll restart from Task Manager. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. It's not like we haven't done that before with this game, right? First time for everything. That's a great question, Mr. Hardcore. Why do we do this? They need to do an update with as many... imagine, guys. Just imagine. Think about this. As much effort and time as they put into completely screwing up all of our builds that we've had for so long. Imagine if they took that same time and effort and then the next season, maybe season 23, season 24, whatever, it was just a bug-themed update. And then they just spent, instead of changing perk cards, instead of adding more legendaries, instead of this or that, the entire update is just fixing bugs. And then, yes, season 25, you could, change all your perk cards around. Actually, no, please don't do that again. But, yeah, you can add more options and features. You can add 5-star legendary boxes or something, right? But there needs to be a full season where the theme is bugs and you fix as many of them in the game as you can. Don't change perk cards. Don't change how much scrap you get and the contextual ammo and stop. Just a whole season of you fixing stuff. People have been asking for that for so long. But hey, at least we get some new bundles in the Atom shop. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, the bug fixes. Mr. Cactus Man. What's up, bud? I hadn't seen that name in a while. You know what's funny is that definitely showed up in chat as all the text and not the actual emote. Party parrot, party parrot, party parrot, party parrot, party parrot. Losing your life to Doom. Dude, that's sick. That game looks pretty cool though. How are you liking it? What would you give it on a scale of 1 to 10 so far? Everyone is leaving you for Doom. What are you talking about, Nuka? How many nights in a row have you had 9 people in VC? The Battlefield Discord, the whole franchise of Battlefield, doesn't even ever have that many people in VC at one point. Nobody's leaving you, bud. They're just playing different games sometimes. And spoiler alert, when Borderlands 4 comes out, ooh, yeah, Borderlands 4 is gonna ruin this life, that's for sure. You gonna get Borderlands 4? Yeah. You gotta play 3. You really need to play 1, 2, and 3, but hey, there's only so many hours in the day, right? We gotta get back on 3 though. Pills, what's up? His marbles have gone. His marbles have dropped finally. After 46 years, his marbles have finally dropped. Most men's marbles drop when they're 18 years old. Hey, 30 years too late. I mean, it's better late than never. We'll just put it like that. All right, let's do some timed runs here. Let's switch weapons. So that way we don't start with any bullet stacks. No Furious, obviously. No Adrenaline, obviously, is going right now. We're going to make sure we have plenty of time on Mutations and Bobblehead. We could use a magazine. We'll just do less damage from robots. So that way we don't die and mess up the testing. We'll redo... We could just redo food buffs. Because this is a custom. Yeah, this is a custom. We're just going to repop all this. We're not even going to think about it. Doesn't matter. There is going to be Adrenal Reaction or Nerd Rage. Nerd Rage is going to be fluctuating a lot because our health is going to be fluctuating a lot. Do you guys think we should take Nerd Rage off? when testing this, or just leave it on? And make the build a little bit more relevant to what people might actually be doing. I don't think Nerd Rage being on or off is going to matter much. I think we'll be able to tell the difference either way. Alright, we'll just go ahead and use that dumb thing just to... Oh, sick. Here we go. This is perfect. Hey, man. Hit the button.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
Alright, this isn't going to affect our damage, so it doesn't matter. Alright. Let's do... Gap Plaz first. Need to spam more coffees next time. Are we gonna have to reload? No, 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 don't reload. Okay, what is that? 104.
Take shelter.
Alright, Gap Plaza was 104. Alright. It might be, there's a chance that it might be faster with the Gauss. That would be sick if it was. What's the Cthulhu mug in the background? Oh. Oh, this guy? Okay, well. That just chipped his ear off, so there's that, but this is that's weird. That's never... Okay, that's pretty good. Anyway, the sacrifices we make for live streams. Anyway, this is from, this actually used to have an Old Spice deodorant stick in it. It was some promotional thing they did. But this was an Old Spice deodorant container. But, yeah, it just looks cool. So, yeah, put your... It looks cool, and you can put your deodorant sticks and probably your butt plugs in it. Rest in peace. Sad violin. What is it? They've already had 75 of them. Nuka could use it to store her lube. Wow.
Blow it out your ass.
Wow. You, is that where you keep it? Hmm? All right. All right. Gap Plaz 104. Pills with the resub for 3 months. Nice. Thank you, Pills. Big appreciate. Big appreciate. Guys, don't forget. Don't forget. if you got Amazon Prime, you can sub for free. Don't let it go to waste, or else, well, nothing would happen. But just don't do. What? No, you want? You got something to? You got to say. All right, hold on.
Yeah, is this on? Hey, is this thing on? No, look, yeah, you got Amazon Prime, then all you gotta do is you log into Prime when you're ordering your packages, but then you just do it through Twitch, and then Twitch says, oh, hey, you got Prime too? And then Twitch goes, oh, yeah, man, I got Prime too, man, you ain't got it either, so you just do it. And then, boom, you got it. And then you're in there and you're bobbing and weaving and then you punch it in the head and then you're doing it. And then you got it.
And that's how you sub with your Amazon Prime subscription. Yeah, get subbed. Mr. Cactus, who was it? Who was it that broke this? Is it you, Nocti? Honestly, we can just probably super glue that back on. We can just super glue it back on. We can just super glue it back on. No, don't worry about it. We can just super glue it back on. Don't even worry about it. We can just super glue it back on. Don't even worry about it. We can just super glue it back on. Don't even worry about it. All right. All right.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
All right. Here we is go. Missed that. Oh, you wanna look at the Cthulhu again? Is that what this is? You wanna look at it again? Oh, if Quick Hands procs, this might not be a fair test. Alright, we are gonna have to reload, it looks like. Oh, it did proc. That was 106. So the gap plas was 104. That was 106. Huh. Interesting. Pretty close. I mean, you could chalk that up to luck, error, maybe. Fred Rocha. Is that what that says? Just now saw that. Thanks for that hot follow on Twitch. You got a Modern Warfare icon. Oh, Metal Weasel. Ah, nice, dude. Nice. Wait, are you sub now? Are you sub now? Are you sub now? Oh, dang, dude. Heck yeah. Did you do that just now, or was that from a previous stream? Because if you did it just now, it doesn't look like the notification came up. Yeah, we're gonna test the pepper shaker next. Mr. Hardcore. And we gonna see. We gonna see what it's gonna do. We gonna we gonna see what it's gonna do.
Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest
We probably need to turn off quick hands. Because the thing with quick hands is it's so random on whether or not it's going to work. But even though quick hands did proc with the Gauss Mini, it was still 2 seconds behind. So if quick hands had not procced, it would have been, what? 3 or 4 more seconds maybe? 2 or 3. Rhyme speech compelled me. Oh, dude, sick. Thank you so much, bud. For some reason, it did not show it on Restream or Streamlabs. So, apologies. But, thank you, Mr. Cactus Man, for the Amazon Prime sub. We have proven that you do indeed have the sub because you have the icon next to your name, even though Streamlabs did not give you the notification that you deserved. Can you take it back? You're gonna have to contact Amazon customer support. You're gonna have to get Jeff on the phone. See what he can do for you. It's out of my hands.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected.
All right, we'll leave quick hands on for now. This will probably proc at least a few times, right? Pepper Shaker is one of the dumbest sounding weapons in this game, honestly. Why does that say 0?
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe
what?
levels. Security function. Take shelter immediately.
What?
Facility secure. Begin standby procedure. Repair successful. Resuming combat protocol.
Oh!
We're learning all kinds of stuff in this game today.
It just works. Yeah, that's really dumb that that doesn't even do any damage. That's weird. Because that doesn't make any sense because that's still energy. No, it's not. It counts as ballistic. Wait a minute. Hold on. So it's ballistic. It's ballistic. And it does not say energy. Doesn't say it, and it shows ballistic, yet it uses fusion cells, but it doesn't say that it's energy, so ballistic should work, because it's ballistic. You know what, game? You know what, game? You just... Okay. You know what? That makes absolutely no sense at all. No sense whatsoever. Alright, so what is this going to take? Plasma cartridges. Alright, we already got those. That makes absolutely no sense. That's so dumb. How does that make any sense? Immune to laser, but it's not energy because it doesn't say it's energy, but it only does ballistic. on the weapon cart, and it says ballistic. But then if you use the but it doesn't because if you
Activating defense.
what is this game, dude? Hi, that's looking real slow. Yeah, just the reloads alone are gonna mess this up for the pepper shaker.
Warning, energy usage critical. Temperatures reaching unsafe level. Security bunker.
Now again, this has the same rolls as the other two. So we're not even gonna be able to take this down before we die. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, that's bad. And then the laser magazine doesn't work, even though it's not energy, and it says it's ballistic and it doesn't do energy damage. And then it says it doesn't do energy damage, but then it doesn't do ballistic, but then it says that it does ballistic. But then it says it does ballistic, but then you use the shells because that's ballistic also. But if the shells are ballistic, and then the laser magazine is also ballistic because it says it's on the energy card, and then it doesn't say that it's energy shells because it says it's ballistic with a laser weapon, but then it doesn't say that it's energy. But then it says on the shells that it does ballistic because shotgun shells are ballistic because they're actual pellets doing ballistic damage. But then you use the plasma one, and then if you go into the plasma one, and it says it doesn't do it either. We've come so far with technology. Apparently not in this game, though. Apparently. Alright, you know what? This guy. Just see you later. Just get... See you later. Just get out of here. Alright, the Gauss Mini and Gap Plas were close enough to where we could try again. Try to get some more damage somewhere, though. Tormentor. We could do Tormentor. Okay, we don't have any more damage that we can add in luck. Alright, so we'll do... We're gonna add... We're gonna decrease our luck a little bit. And then we're gonna add Tormentor. Maybe this will do something. And then we're gonna add... if we need more DPS, we could add Fast Fighter. But we would have to take that out of something. Let's do that. Wait. What? What? Okay. Okay, so we don't need Downranger because Gorilla will work against the Guardian if you're standing in that fence between the console. Between the fence and the console, that is enough range for Gorilla to work. So we don't need Downranger. Okay. So we'll put on Fast Fighter. And then... there's really not anywhere else we can add damage. really about it. Not gonna do adrenaline because that doesn't really matter that much. All right, whatever. Put that back into luck. Get our luck back up to some extent. We're not gonna run quick cans. Energy damage is broken in PTS. Dude, heck yeah, that's sick. That's rad. Quad my big way to go to a paper checker. Okay, yeah, we could try that, you know, and pull it out of the stash. Brother, keep up the good work. A bunch of good laughs. Good stuff. I appreciate you, bud. Thanks for coming by. We'll try to have fun here. We have thatched roofs incoming. Upcoming. I repeat, we have thatched roofs incoming. Tiki bundle. I'm losing my shit right now. Ah! Wow. Okay. Is that, camp stuff? Huh. Getting pretty hyped about those roofs and tiki bundles. It must be something you've been asking for or looking for a while.
Alert.
Alright, let's see.
Activating defense systems.
Ha! Bada bing, bada boom! Bada bing, bada boom! Bada bing, bada bing! Alright, where are we at? Alright, let's do this. Did it seriously restart firing when switching from third to first person? That's dumb. All right, what are we doing? 2,800 crits, 1,900 base. That's gonna have to reload. Yep. All right, so that was 114. All right. Try again. Pepper Shaker was nerfed into PTS, had its energy damage removed. Well, then why is it still an option to... What? That doesn't mean it should do 0 damage. How does that... None of that makes sense. Nothing about the Pepper Shaker right now and all of its ammo variants make any sense. The thing with quad, though, is... Man, you're really going to lose a lot of damage there without those extra Furia stacks. I mean, you're not going to reload nearly as much, but... Alright. Let's go in. Oh.
Evacuation is in progress.
If you were a ghoul and you had Wild West hands, a pepper shaker would be a better option.
Unauthorized personnel detected.
For sure.
Activating defense systems.
All right, let's see what this guy does. Oh, it's all next update. Nice. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff getting added on. Alright, this is having to reload a lot sooner. It's 112. Alright, so that was 2 seconds quicker than the Gap Plas. The last round of testing that we did, the Gap Plas was 2 seconds quicker than the Gauss Mini, but this time the Gauss Mini was 2 seconds quicker than the Gap Plas. Huh. We could join back into a public server and then get a little bit of extra damage boost and then make this go by a little bit quicker. But no. No, that wouldn't work because this is a custom and we can make whatever we want. No, Wild West hands and fast hands are just ghoul and human specific. So Wild West hands is for ghouls and they don't get quick hands. Quick hands is for humans and they don't get Wild West hands. Does that make sense? Use ballistic pepper shaker, but they're all ballistic. That's the problem. They all say ballistic damage. Even the laser one, even though it's not, and it doesn't say energy, but it says ballistic, and then it does ballistic damage on the weapon card. But then you use it, and then it does 0 damage. He is indeed losing his shit. Just, if the pepper shaker could speak, that's what it would sound like. Alright, let's pull this dumb thing out. Alright. Standard magazine. All do the same type of damage. This isn't going to be better. There's no way. We're not even going to switch to quad. Actually, you know what? We can't switch to quad. There's no way this is going to be better. It's still going to be less time to kill than the Gauss Mini and the Gap Plas. Oh, wait. Hold on. There's no way, right? There's no way.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the
Is there too much pepper on your pepper?
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected.
What's up with the stim packs?
Warning, energy usage critical.
All right, this is with regular.
Security bunker online. Take shelter immediately.
No. 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 Just, no. Oh, what happened?
Begin standby procedure.
Just nah. Nah. Well, we just used the plasma mag and it was still way behind the other two. So Pepper Shaker sucks. When did that ghoul get lock out of fast hands? Because they got Wild West hands instead, which is better than quick hands. It's actually double quick hands. Use both fast hands. You know, they cannot use both. Those are human and ghoul specific. No, it's not even going to let us look at them. That's weird. Huh, okay. Oh, that's right. They might have changed that to where if you're a human, you don't get ghoul cards, and vice versa. Pretty sure they put that in the notes, the patch notes somewhere, right? All right, well, Pepper Shaker's being weird. It's bugged out. Apparently it got nerfed, so whatever. We're just going to not use it. But we are going to do testing with this Gap Plaz and Gauss Mini more. Are going to do more of that. All right. We gotta redo serums and darn it. Darn. Just take them all out. 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 All right, you know what? We'll use damage versus robots now. We'll do more damage against the robot. And then we'll redo... Okay, we got big guns bobblehead going. We got our damage versus robot mag going. What about our foods? Foods looks goods.
Alert.
Alright, we'll do Gauss Mini.
Activating defense system.
No. Gap Plaz. Okay. What is up with the... Oh, so stim packs are bugged in first person. Oh, okay. Cool. Alright, that time was 102.
Take shelter immediately.
$102. Okay, let's see what that Gauss Mini do, though. What you think? All right, the theme of this stream is huge wonkin' audio problems. That's the theme of this stream. Just don't ask any questions. Just forget you even saw that. Big honkin' audio problems. Loading screen bugs. Hi,
What we gonna do with you, huh? They're selling what? Chocolate. I always hated it. What?
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
All right, Gauss Mini.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating.
We're gonna put on refractor. Show a little more tankiness against this douche. Reload the gun. Yes. Yes. 115. Ooh.
That was bad.
Bad run. Not gourd. Gap Plaz is kind of crapping on the Gauss Mini. Kind of crapping on it.
Taking a big old doo-doo. Right on it.
And that's also not using science and intelligence, which would further boost the damage of the Gap Plaz. You know what? We'll just do we'll just throw in a 50 cal test here. Just to see. Just to see. Just see how it stacks up. We need ultrasight. If the 50 cal would at least do comparable damage to the Gauss Mini, that would be cool. It's not going to, but... a little bit of a fever dream there, but hey, it is what it is, though. Back to the spice fields. Old Spice? Oh, that's how they make that deodorant. Thanks for coming by, bud. Maybe next time you'll get a notification when you use your Amazon Prime sub. Maybe. Who knows? Twitch might be on one that day. Spice Melange. Old 50 cal.
Oh, reliable. Oh, reliable.
Message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
Yeah, it does 100 times 2. This only does 150. Ugh, yeesh.
Alert. Unauthorized
Sheesh.
personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
What a weird time to reload. The damage numbers are decent, but it's just not enough. It's not fast enough. We might not even do this before the room goes out. He died? Yeah, that was a checkpoint. What was that, 117? That's not too far off from 115. But See ya, dude.
Peace.
Goodbye. The 50 cal is just too good, though. It's too fun to use. There's no spin up. There's no spin up. Sounds awesome. Does decent damage. Fun to use. Best DPS? No. But, still fun. Smoke and cinders occasionally billow from the mounds of the ash heap. And that guy just spawned right into the, You doing raids, bud? Ooh. Sick. Oh, he might be doing the Guardian right now. Okay. All right. What do we look like on here? Oh, it says the number of max stacks in the Pip-Boy. Whoops. Whoops. This guy doing some Guardian farms. Guardian farms, Guardian farms. Guardian farms. Guardian farms. So the majority of the time with our testing, the Gap Plaz did better than the Gauss Mini. The heck did that plan come from? That's a good question. Oh, it might have come from that expedition. Ah. Ah. per crippled limb your target has. Bring in the BS. Drum corpse. Lock and load. Yes. Anything else here DPS wise? Hmm. Oh yeah, that definitely, huh. We need to find an extra point somewhere. Could do that. Okay, now that would give us 2, so then we could have all that stuff, and then traveling pharmacy. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Axe_DV. Don't speak Russian, but thanks for coming by either way. Translated, it says, hi, have a nice stream. Thank you. Thanks for coming by. All the way from Russia. Oh, this guy might be ready now. Yeah. Sick! Sick! We have finally spawned. Phenomenal. Alright, let's see, got the Guardian. Yeah. Nice. Alright, what magazine do we have going right now? Oh, it's double XP weekend, that's right. That's good to come to that realization when it's about to end. That's ah. 75 below. Oh, you've been leveling? You leveling right now, Nuka? Taking care of that, taking advantage of that double XP? Some snake farms? Ooh, snake farms would hit really hard right now. Raid in general would hit hard right now, even without an intelligence build.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
All right, all right, all right. what are we getting? 3,500 crit, 2,300 base damage. Alright, so now Drum Corpse should be showing 5% reload speed. Why does it keep the reload speed buff here, but it gets rid of the damage one? Getting 300k. Is that on the snake? Or is that on the other stages too? Yeah, to get that on the other stages too would be nuts. Yeah, getting 300,000 on the crystal stage would be crazy. Especially getting 300,000 on the Epsilon Trio stage would be crazy. Last 3 stages. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, 4 lunch boxes. I mean, yeah, you could do a little bit of, yeah, you could have Inspirational on and have Tasty Squirrel Stew going or something, and 4 lunch boxes, and that would be 150% right there. But I mean, it doesn't really take much. That's nuts. That's wild. That is wild. Might have to jump in with a ghoul character, since that's such a low level, and get buffed, and then get some levels on that youngin.
That youngin needs some levels on him. He got some growing to do.
Did this reset? This might not have reset because it's his instance. Nope. It did not reset. Darn! Darn! Hey, bud. Axe, not sure if you speak English or not, but, can you recommend a decent build for Gatling Plasma with full health? That's kind of what we're on right now, actually. Now, this build is, well, this is on the PTS, so it's a little different. But it's kind of tricky to say because it depends on if you want to go a lot of crits or not. It depends on if you're in power armor or not. It depends on if you want to just go all damage and sacrifice tankiness, right? Which is what this build is. This is just pretty much all the damage cards and barely anything for tankiness. That's why endurance is only at 10. There's no suppressor. There's none of that. It's just all damage. Auto axe and chainsaw versus each other. Which one does more? Because the auto axe got nerfed, and the shredder. That's actually a good idea. We can look at that shredder. The new shredder changes. The shredder's still good. It doesn't do nearly as much damage as it does now, but that's fine because it needed to get nerfed. Bad. Shredder definitely needed to get nerfed. There was no reason why it should have been doing that much damage in any context. Alright. So now, we are in a ghoul character. Our Shredder Choo Choo build. What cards do we have available? This is a young character, so we don't have much. We can do 2 agility or 2 luck instead of sizzling style. Pressers. None of this is really gonna work. Gunslinger does work. Sneak attacks do work. Faulty spots, good with salt. Faulty spots does work. Alright, let's go see. Let's go do a Guardian on, yeah, bud. Yeah, you would just, yeah, for Got Plaz, full health build. If you're in power armor, obviously you want stabilized. And Nerd Rage, even though if you're full health, yes, Nerd Rage is still going to help you out. Because now it scales all the way to full health. So, you want Nerd Rage and stabilized. Stabilized if you're in power armor. And then, yeah, just all your crit stuff. Critical Savvy. 4-leaf Clover. Bloody Mess. If you want a little extra damage. And use Bloody Mess now while you can, because it's getting changed in the PTS and it sucks. So use Bloody Mess right now while you have the chance to. And then, yeah, just your 3 Heavy Gunner cards, which also use those while you have the chance. Because those 3 are also getting changed. So your 3 Heavy Gunner cards. The Gap Plaza doesn't reload that much. So you could get away with not having Lock and Load or not having Fast Fighter and not doing anything for reload speed. But Quick Hands also does not work with the Gap Plaza, so you don't want to run Quick Hands with it or Wild West Hands. Maybe Wild West Hands works, but Quick Hands doesn't. And then, yeah, you would just have 15 endurance. Well, if you're full health, you don't have to have 15 endurance. But you would definitely want Bullet Shield. And Bullet Shield is 4 ranks. So you might want to have 15 endurance anyway, because since that takes up a lot. But you definitely want Ricochet also. You definitely want Bullet Shield. And then you want to make sure you have good rolls on the Gap Plaz. You want to go full Onslaught. So this didn't change. So you'll want to have, for Onslaught, Gorilla Expert. Okay, you'll want to have this. You'll want to have Gorilla Master. And then you'll want to have Gunslinger Expert. And then you want a Gap Plaz with... that has anti-armor. Never mind. Anyway, Gap Plaz would have Furious, Rapid, whatever 3rd star you want. 4-star would be Pinpointers for more damage. You could do Conductors if you want the extra AP and health, but Pinpointers. And then you want Prime Receiver, Rifled Barrel, Stinging Core Receptacle is the big one, because that gives you 25%. Oh, this is 25% in the PTS and not 20%. Okay, so this got buffed. Or was this always 25%? Does somebody know that's watching right now? Pretty sure this was only 20%. when it first came out. Anyway, accelerated nozzle also. So that's kind of what you would want on the Gap Plas. Yeah, and then it would also depend on if you're ghoul or human. But, yeah, it's kind of a good start.
This is an automated message. Evacuation is in progress. Please proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly manner.
Actually, do we have a dragon? Could use a dragon instead. Instead of just standing there and only letting Ricochet do all the work. Or at least make it more effective. Actually, never mind. Let's just do this. We're not going to use bullet shield. Okay, so this is just going to be a max shredder build. Psycho buff. Alright, let's redo serums. Let's do a strength bobblehead to get more damage. Chance to avoid energy damage. Okay, we could use that. That'll make us a little tankier against the Guardian. We got strength bobblehead. All our serums are repopped. We've got Nuka-Cola Twist is giving us strength, which is good. So strength right now is 72. And, Actually, that's... Never mind. 73. Okay. Wow. Alright.
Alert. Unauthorized personnel detected. Activating defense systems.
No, no, no. No, 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 no. Get out, get out. Oh, wait. We're gonna have to have bullet shield on. That's right. Okay, we're gonna have to have bullet shield on to do this.
This unit is invincible. Targets are not.
Okay. Guess we're gonna have to figure this out. We're just gonna have to take a little bit of a sacrifice on the toxic goo here to max out glowing gut, or to max out bullet shield. Yeah, this is a lot more complicated now that you can't target the shield system. Okay. Well, now we have to have adamantium skeleton because that is way too much crippling.
Hostiles neutralized. Returning to standby mode.
All right. Yeah, it's a lot more tricky now that you don't have the access to, or the option to shoot through it. Pretty tricky. All right, let's try this. This person's in the raid still. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom, 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 bada boom, bada bang, bada bang, 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 bada boom, bada boom, gada boom, 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 gonna wanna minna mana bong and dom. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom, 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 bada boom, bada bang, 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 bada boom, gada bing, 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 gada bing, gada boom, boom, boom. Why? Why? What was? Why? Why? Why did you do that, man? All right, let's see. See what this does against the Mire Alert Queen. Let's get our... Strength is at 70. What you doing there, bud? Hmm? Get out. Why is the gun not firing? Why does the button not work? Why does the button not work? Oh, now it works. Yeah, damage is definitely worse than it used to be. And the damage numbers don't seem to be accurate at all. The fire rate is lower, which is part of the reason why the Shredder is doing way too much damage in the live game right now. Is it's just the fire rate is just insanely bugged for some reason, and that's what's really causing that just ridiculous DPS. But they fixed the DPS here. But now the damage numbers are messed up still. Maybe the damage numbers are just never going to be correct for the Shredder. It's just because of how weird that weapon is. Right? It'll never have normal damage numbers. Damage numbers in this game in general are just not really ever all that accurate. I mean, they can be, but not... See, there's no way it's only doing 80 damage on a headshot there. Right? There's no way.
So we can make a ruckus to start here and set up an ambush. Hell, if some beast's gonna put it into our good time. So we're fixing on blasting the jukebox and jamming on instruments loud as we can. Even rigged up some old busted instruments to shake around. Feed on some of them ferals we caught. That also make a proper ruckus. Something about all them particular sounds seems to send that son of a bitch into a blind rage. Any good hunters out there want to stop by and help us kill the Night Stalker tonight? You'll be rewarded in all the beer and parties.
Has this already started? Yeah, it has. They had... Oh. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, you know, when in doubt, old super mutants need to get beat up. Actually, this is a good time to test full pain train stacks. Since this is a full set of choo-choos.
Choo-choo! Coming through, biatch.
So we've got... Bloodluster. So we do have Pain Train. 3 of 3. Devastate and stagger enemies by sprinting into them with power armor. And then we do have a full set of choo-choos. Cavalier Strength. +1 rank to Pain Train. Enemies hit by Pain Train bleed for 20 damage over 5 seconds. So now we're going to be doing bleed damage. So now we have bleed effects, do 35% more damage and last 25% less, which is good. So you're doing much more damage in a much shorter period of time, which is great. That's what you want. Where was the other thing that was based off of bleed? There was something somewhere that was based off of bleed damage. What was it? Anybody remember? Or was it based off of... blunt melee weapons? Crippled... Ah, that's what it was. That's right. Okay. Yep. Wound Salter. Okay. So let's see. Maybe the shredder will work if the target is bleeding. Alright, so let's just not use Pain Train.
I'll wear your guts around my head.
Right, these guys are dying way too fast. They're not level 100. Alright. Let's try this. See if this will actually increase the damage. All right, let's get a baseline going. So that is level 100. All right. That's 28. All right, we need bleed damage happening. So we need to hit somebody. All right, he's bleeding. No. That didn't seem to do anything. All right, let's try this again. So it's 18 and 16. Maybe. That's what, 18 and 16? That's 18. Okay, so we're getting 18. All right, actually, this might be working. The heck? Oh. Wait, no, that might have been taking one for the team. All right, so let's take that off. We're gonna take that off. It's kind of tough to tell. Well, now that we have taking one for the team off, it'll be a little bit easier to tell. $18 on the legs. He's bleeding. 18 on the legs. 18 on the legs. Yeah, okay. So Wound Salter does not work on the Shredder. Interesting. 35% more damage. Shredder still feels fun. Still fun to use. It just, it does not do the same damage that it used to. And also, I'm not sure if this bleed perk card in strength is actually doing any more damage than... if it might not, honestly. Or if it might not be doing anything. Okay, that's 22. Oh, but that's because that's a level 75. Auto axe, chainsaw. Does this character know how to make an auto axe? Maybe. Maybe. Or a chainsaw. Maybe not a chainsaw. Okay, not a chainsaw, but we can do... What? The fuck? What? What's up, bud? What do we learn so far? We learned that... Bloodluster. This might not be that great. And that, This does not work with the shredder. That's what we learned. We also learned that it might not be making these for us. Alright, we definitely just made one. Where is it? What the f... What is going on, dude? Okay, well, we've already got one in the stash. That's right, anyway, so whatever. What is this one? Alright, the... Fencers? Okay, these are the only two options for this. Whatever, we'll just put this on it. And then inertial's dumb. Heavy hitters. Lightweight is dumb. Lucky hit? Oh, they renamed that. Huh. Interesting. This is not an ideal pepper or auto axe, but none of the atomic atom shops can be crafted. Yeah, because that makes sense. What? If you already have it unlocked, why does that matter? Yeah, the PTS is 0 atoms and you can't go to the atom shop, but if you already have it unlocked on the character, why? Weird. That would explain that. Alright, strength is at 67. This is not an ideal auto axe, but... Oh yeah, those damage numbers are definitely wrong. Why won't you shoot? That's way less time to kill, even though the damage numbers say that it's doing way more. Is that a problem with the damage numbers on the auto axe or on the shredder? If that's the case. Why is it not? What is going on? Okay, are you gonna shoot now that you have ammo? Okay, so that'll work. Oh, now something's going on. I'm not sure if anybody else is experiencing this on the PTS, but you try to use the weapons that have spin up on them and it won't do it. Really weird. But some of the Atom Shop camp can be placed at your base. Yeah, okay, you can have this one thing, but you can't have this other thing. Well, about that auto axe, that is not an ideal auto axe. So, well, actually, you know what? Well, no. Wouldn't really matter. We could switch back to the human character. And do it on there. But obviously we lose radioactive strength. But this is not the best auto axe. Let's try that. We would still be able to tell a difference, even though we're not a ghoul. So the damage is going to be less without radioactive strength, but we can still see. Because on this character, yeah, we can have we have a ideal shredder and then an ideal auto axe. So we'd be able to get a much better idea. So shredder, bash, strength, pinpointer, furious, pounders. All right. We'll do the trio because this is a high strength. Something build. We'll just do this. I'm not really gonna get too crazy with it. Drop this ammo. Whoop. Okay. So this is going to be more of a fair testing dynamic. Blunt weapons. Incisor. That's gonna work on the auto axe, but it's not gonna work on the shredder. Jeez. Yeah, that's definitely way faster with the shredder. Alright, you know what? We can turn off taking one for the team. Just to make sure that doesn't conflict. Why do you not shoot? What the heck? Literally hitting the button. Game just works. Shredder, then now there's auto axe. Yeah, that's definitely way longer with the auto axe, right? Looks like it is. Even though the damage numbers say that it's doing more. Wow. It is kind of tough to tell, but it does look like the auto axe is taking more time than the shredder is. Tough to say. We'll just have to see what they end up doing to it later down the road and how they're going to change that whole dynamic. With radioactive strength and the shredder and the auto axe, and who knows what they're going to do to it or what that'll even look like once the base game hits. It'd be nice if they could actually figure out how to have appropriate damage numbers for the shredder. That would be sick. If they could actually figure that out. Because in the live game right now, the numbers aren't accurate. And then in the PTS, even though they changed the damage numbers, the way that they look and the way they animate on screen, it still isn't accurate. That game is weird. That's why it's tricky to do testing in this game sometimes, because there's so many bugs. So many things that go wrong and just don't work or have some weird unintended side benefit or side effect or something. Right? Like the auto axe has higher damage numbers, but has higher time to kill than the shredder, which has lower damage numbers, but who knows? Anyway, guys, we're gonna wrap the stream up. Thank you for coming by. Meep, Hardcore, Chris, everybody else that was in Twitch, Nuka, Cactus Man, Lokar, all you guys. Thank you so much for coming by. Been talking about doing a Wednesday Borderlands stream for a long time now. And it never happens. But this Wednesday, it might happen. Gonna try to stream this Wednesday Borderlands 2, because that's the one that you guys voted for, the one everybody likes the most. We're gonna do Borderlands 3 at some point, because that one's awesome too, because it's all nice and pretty and next gen and stuff. But Bree, yeah guys, yeah. Nuka, you doing raids? Okay. But yeah, guys, appreciate you coming by. If you're on Twitch, please hang around. I'm going to find somebody to raid. Let's see. What are you guys doing? This person. Alright, whatever. We'll just pick this person. That is not English. Perhaps we should find a stream where everybody speaks the same language. XP raids. Cool. Sick. Alright. We're gonna raid this person. Borderlands 69. Yeah. You know what's funny is that's actually the level cap in Borderlands 1 is 69. So it's kind of funny that you said that. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming by. We're gonna raid Smoka-Cola on Twitch. So go say what's up. But yeah, guys, see you Wednesday. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, like the video. If you're on Twitch, hit that follow button. And we'll see you Wednesday. Peace!